Staff, guests, parents, everyone that could be with us tonight, welcome. We welcome you to the Tuesday, December 10th regular board meeting. It'll be the only official board meeting that we hope to have for the month of December, and we appreciate you being here and all of you that will be recognized. We look forward to hearing about the good things Superintendent Williams is going to share. At this time, if we could turn our attention to the invocation, Deacon and Trustee Stivender is going to read Psalm 90, and following that, we will join together in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Tonight's invocation will be the word of the one true God out of the book of Psalms 90. The Lord hath been our dwelling place in all generations, before the mountains were brought forth, or ever thou hast formed the earth and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. Thou turnest man to destruction, and sayest, Return, ye children of men. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. Thou carriest them away as with a flood. They are as asleep, and in morning they are like grass which groweth up. In the morning it flourisheth and groweth up, and in the evening it is cut down and wherewith. For we are consumed by thine anger, and by the wrath are we troubled. Thou hast set our iniquities before thee, our secret sin in the light of thy countenance. For all the days are passed away into wrath. We spent in our years as a tale that is told. The days of our years are 80 years and 10, and if by reason of strength they be 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow, for it is soon cut off, and we fly away. Who knoweth the power of thine anger, even according to thy fear, so is thy wrath. So teach us to the number of thy days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom. Return, O Lord, how long? And let it repent thee concerning thy servant. O sanctify us early with thy mercy, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. Make us glad according to the days wherein thou hast afflicted us, in the years wherein we have seen evil. Let thy work appear unto the servants, and thy glory unto their children. And let the beauty of the Lord our God be upon us, and establish thou the work of our hands upon us. Yea, the work of our hands establish thou it.
Amen. Father, we thank you that the beauty of the Lord will be upon us as your word has been spoken to us, and we thank you for that, Father. May the work of our hand be established to bring you glory. And now we pledge allegiance to the flag for which we stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. We're so honored tonight to have our teacher cadets. The lead teacher is Ms. Heather Mushrush, and we're so excited that we've gotten this program back, and we know that we look forward to some future teachers coming up to receive awards out of this class of teacher cadets. So come forward, please, and tell us about the mission statement and about your group.
Our mission statement is, Colleton County School District will prepare every student to graduate with a 21st century education to be globally competitive for their chosen college and or career path. My name is Ethan Nichols, and I'm a part of Teacher Cadet. I did my field experience at Colleton County High School, and I plan to be a history teacher in my future.
Awesome.
My name is Alexandra Green. I'm a teacher cadet, and I shadowed at Forest Hills Elementary with Mr. Fitch. The teacher cadet is part of SARA, the Center of Education, Recruitment, Retention, and Advancement. The teacher cadet program works with high schoolers to promote teaching as a profession and prepare students who want to be teachers. Over the last semester, we have learned about development and psychology of students, as well as complete field experience with our teachers at Forest Hills Elementary, Northside, and Colleton County High School.
Hi, my name is Ansley Garnsey, and I did my field experience at Northside Elementary.
My name is Lacey Lee, and I did my field experience at Northside Elementary.
My name is Breeza Jenkins, and I did my field experience at Collinsville County High School.
My name is Takia Fishburne, and I did my field experience at Forest Hills.
We appreciate you being here, and if we could get our communication coordinator to get us a quick picture of our beautiful teacher cadets, and Superintendent Williams, if you want to join them, we'll be moving forward with the agenda where board members are going to recite our civility pledge.
Let's get them a round.
Miss Mushrush, you too. Miss Mushrush, come on. Thank you so much. That's a part of growing our own, and we saw ROTC today exemplifying excellence as well at their annual inspection. So our civility pledge, please, if we can roll that.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Board members? I pledge to build a stronger and more effective school board by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of my school district. Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda that's before you.
Madam Chair, make a motion that we accept the agenda that's been presented for December the 10th.
Second.
I hear a motion, I hear a second. Any discussion? If we can have board members vote, please. Do you approve the motion? Thank you. Mr. Cunningham?
Mr. Cunningham, can you hear us?
I heard the motion.
Okay, we just, the motion was just to approve the agenda.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
It's unanimous, and may the record reflect that Mr. Cunningham is joining us via phone, and Mr. Irwin will be here as soon as he gets through traffic from North Charleston. So we'll have a full board before we adjourn. Moving on, the chairman's report. Board members, before you, you can see that we've been given the minutes to read over and approve from our special called board meeting November 18th, our regular board meeting for November 19th, and those were sent so that we could read them and approve them. So I'll entertain a motion for item 2.01.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the special call board meeting minutes for the special call board meeting November the 18th and regular board meeting November the 19th, 2024.
Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and properly seconded. Any discussion on our minutes? Anything need to be improved, edited? Call for the vote. Mr. Cunningham?
Mr. Cunningham, we're...
Yes, unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hyman, for getting those notes prepared for us. Moving on to 2.02, the annual convention, especially new board members, you're required to go to that. Other board members, I've signed registration forms. If you're not planning to go, let Ms. Hyman know. But as far as we know, everyone has reported that they would be in attendance, and possibly our superintendent as well. That is our annual convention that's been moved from Hilton Head to Myrtle Beach. We've got to travel a little bit further to the coast, but we hope everyone that can be there will be there, and Mr. Murdoch and I may attend an early day for board and vice board training. So that's just for information. Mark your calendar and make sure everything's in line with Ms. Hyman. Item 2.03, this past weekend, we had some members of our board that were able to attend the South Carolina Legislative Advocacy Conference, and Mr. Irwin was our delegate, and we'll go back if he needs to give us any update. And Ms. Witkin, you were there. Is there anything you wanted to add from that conference?
This was the School Board Association Annual Legislative Conference, and we heard a presentation from State Superintendent Ellen Weaver, and that was enlightening to know what might be proposed in the upcoming legislative year as far as priorities and what they will be asking for money. Also in attendance were our representatives, Senator Brad Hutto and Representative Michael Rivers. So it was a wonderful opportunity to speak with them and to let them know where the needs of Colleton County School District are. Thank you.
We appreciate you attending and also speaking to those that can help with state funding. That's always an opportunity to catch them when they're not in session, and we appreciate them being there, as well as our state superintendent being there in attendance. So if there's anything else, Board, if it's okay, we'll go back to that if Mr. Irwin needs to add any other information to that. And moving on to item number 3, we look forward to the recognition of students and staff every month, and we want to read the core value that goes with that. Every member of Team Colleton works for kids and makes important contributions towards becoming a world-class school system. And we appreciate Superintendent Williams and the efforts she and her staff make to select folks and the principals that are here. We appreciate you being here to help honor, and the family will be recognizing all of you and getting pictures. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Strobel. I want to say good evening to everyone. Good evening to all of our school board members. Good evening to all of our district staff, our school leaders. Thank you to our parents, our community, and most definitely our students who are being recognized tonight. I think this is the best part of our school board meetings. I love to recognize our students and our staff for the wonderful contributions you make, because if it wasn't for you, we would not be here, because our core purpose is teaching and learning. That's the core purpose of our school district. So tonight, we want to recognize first our above and beyond students, and I've asked our administrators to be here tonight as well, and I see lots of them in the audience. So when I do call your student's name, I would like for you to come up along with your student as well, okay? All right, so we're going to start with our above and beyond students from each of our schools, and in lieu of reading everything for each student, I'm going to do a summary of all of the great things that these students are being recognized for. So these students are very hard workers. They pay very close attention to their schoolwork, and they try very, very hard to make good grades. They are a joy to have in their teachers' classrooms. They put a smile on their faces. They work hard to reach success. They are very caring students. They're always helpful, and they're always very respectful to their teachers. They are extraordinary students, and they are very good class citizens. They take pride in their work. They are the epitome of what good students should be. They take their learning seriously, and they are extremely attentive in class. So at this time, I'm going to call each of our above and beyond students from each school. I would like for you to come up with your administrator and be recognized tonight. We're going to start with Lisette Perez, a 5th grade student at Bells Elementary School. Next, we have Mavon Dewangan from Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, kindergarten student. Next, we have Jacob Scott, 4th grade student at Cottageville Elementary School. Next, we have Carter Hamlin, 1st grade student at Forest Hills Elementary School. Next, we have Annabelle Lyons, 2nd grade student at Forest Hills Elementary School. Next, we have Rylan Mingo, 2nd grade student at Hendersonville Elementary School. Next, we have Crystale Benz, 4th grade student at Northside Elementary School. And we also have Towns Mardell, 5th grade student at Northside Elementary School. Next, we at Colleton County Middle School. As well as Camo Lawson, 7th grade student at Colleton County Middle School. We also have Alasia Lightsey, 10th grade student at Colleton County High School. We also have Evangeline McGurr from TCTC, 12th grade student. And last but not least, from Colleton Adult Learning Center, we have Ian Harrison. I want to say to all of our above and beyond students, thank you for a job well done. Keep up the good work. Keep being those above and beyond extraordinary students. And I want to thank all of our administrators for all of the support that you give to our students each and every day. Let's give them another round of applause.
Good, sir. How about you? Yeah, come on here. Congratulations. Good job. Good job, young lady. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Good job, sir.
On to our staff above and beyond. I would like for all of the parents of our students who are above and beyond students to please stand. All parents, stand at this time. Thank you so much, parents, for all that you do to support your students to be those well-rounded, excellent students. Thank you so very much. Now, we're going to move to our above and beyond staff. Okay? And I'm going to do a summary, just as I did with our above and beyond students. So our above and beyond staff, they go above and beyond to ensure that everything in the school that they're asked to do runs very smoothly. They are a tremendous asset to their school, and they often complete tasks before they're even asked. They are a light to all of the students at each school. They create different activities that are memorable for our students that they will not forget. They also go above and beyond, and they balance their work, their personal appointments. They give of their time sometimes after school. They are passionate about our students, and sometimes they step into unexpected roles that the school may need them to do. So at this time, I would like to introduce all of our above and beyond staff members, and when I call your name, please come forward. We're going to start with Ms. Talika Mock Green, Administrative Assistant from Bells Elementary School. Okay. Now we will have Miss Exandria Rhodes, bookkeeper and administrative assistant at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. Next, we will have Miss Elizabeth Green, PBSS specialist at Cottageville Elementary School. Next, we have Miss Taylor Fussell, music teacher at Forest Hills Elementary School. Next, we have Miss Debbie Fryer, data clerk specialist at Forest Hills Elementary School. Next, we have Miss Jasmine Bowers, special education teacher assistant at Hendersonville Elementary School. Next, we have Miss Jody Dowd, first grade teacher at Northside Elementary School. Next, we have Miss Deborah Beach, fifth grade teacher at, did I do something wrong?
Yeah, there's a Miss Elizabeth Barnes, guidance counselor for Hendersonville.
Okay, all right. I'll get to her. All right. Next, we have Miss Deborah Beach, fifth grade teacher at Northside Elementary School. We also have from Hendersonville Elementary School, Miss Elizabeth Barnes, guidance counselor. From Colleton County Middle School, we have Mr. Ashley Bryan, 8th grade assistant principal. And also representing Colleton County Middle School, Miss Catherine Barnett, art teacher. We also have from Colleton County High School, Miss Elizabeth Graves, cafeteria manager. Also from Colleton County High School, Mr. James Pettigo, guidance counselor. Also, we have from TCTC, Mr. Sean Johnson, who is one of our JAG facilitators. And last but not least, Mr. Nick Fanchett, Student Services Coordinator at Colleton Adult Learning Center. Congratulations. Good to see you too. I want to say to all of our staff members, thank you, and thank you for all that you do to make our school system what it is. If it were not for you, we would not be where we are. So thank you, and continue to strive towards excellence. Thank you so very much.
Sit down.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Oh, you're welcome. Basketball. This makes me freaking out real. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Williams, before you finish, I just want a special thank you for all of the folks that were able to be at the parade and shine for our school district in our recognition. I want to thank all those that were able to be in the parade and the hanging of the greens and the city tree lighting, our student staff and trustees that were able to be there. It was just beautiful for the community to come together, and recognition for these beautiful plants. TCTC, before you go, I know they grew these beautiful plants for us, so thank you. Another way that our students are shining. And don't forget our chorus this Thursday at 7. We can hear those students perform. And our Circle of Excellence next week. We'll be so excited about that recognition that'll start at 6 next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, that's correct. Thank you so much, Chair Strobel, for those announcements. And thank you again to all of our staff. Thank you for all that you do. Chair Strobel, this ends my report.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. That was beautiful, and I love how it was organized. Thank you, parents, that were able to be here, and principals. As we move on to public input, Ms. Wicken is going to read a statement that goes along with our public input, and then we have one person that would like to speak for public input.
Sure, the board welcomes the opportunity for you to share information concerning the district. These are the guidelines. There is nothing in the law or anyone here that prevents you from saying anything you wish to say. Please try to refrain from commenting on any pending student or employee discipline or grievance matter. What you say will become public information, which is subject to the Freedom of Information Act laws. If you choose to call specific employee names, we suggest that you do not. It's the board chairman's duty to inform you that you could be subject to defamation laws according to your statements. We ask that you not use offensive language, making comments in a respectful manner. School district policy allows for 3 minutes, and Ms. Hyman to my left will keep the time. Board members and the superintendent are not required to respond to your comments unless they choose, and they can end their responses at their wish. And if you have any questions or concerns, please let us know. We appreciate the comments that you are making before us.
At this time, we appreciate Emma Fitch, if she wants to come up to the mic, and Ms. Hyman will begin once you're ready to speak.
Is it good?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Emma Fitch. I'm a 10th grader at Colleton County High School, and me and my student body was informed that starting when we come back from break, that we will no longer allowed to have our cell phones on school property. I'm speaking today to find out the truth on this so I do not break policy when that time comes. If this is the truth, I don't agree with this. The reason being is if we are not allowed to have our phone on school property, we're not going to be able to have our phones on the school buses. Me and my peers rely solely on bus transportation to get to and from school. And if we can't have our phones on school property, we cannot have our phones on the school bus. Meaning we will not be able to get in touch with our parents until we get to school or get to our house. And my bus is unreliable as far as times. And starting when I get to my bus stop, it is almost never there when it says it's supposed to be there. And I won't be able to get in touch with my mother if we're not allowed to have our phones on us. I will not be able to get in touch with my mother to get to school, meaning I'm going to have to go around and knock on my neighbors' doors and ask them to call my mother, which I'm not really willing to do. Going to home. I was told that the office closed at 4 p.m. by my teacher. From what I understand of that, I will not be able to use the office phone to call my mother to get a ride home. I don't know how else I'm going to get home if my bus is not there. I also wanted to talk about, if this policy is in place, is it just during the instructional school day or in general, like on weekends? I have an extracurricular placed in the school building. Am I going to be able to have my phone during that time, while I'm at practice or on those extracurricular dates? And how am I supposed to call my mother if I'm not allowed to do that? If I'm not allowed to have my phone? And I wanted to bring a little compromise into the situation. I understand not using our phones during the instructional school time, but our teachers were given an organizer, and we could put our phones in that before class starts, or we have lockers assigned to us. We can put them in those. I was also told that we are getting there was a grant given for Yonder pouches. We can utilize those. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us your information, and that is a policy that we'll be discussing later. So we appreciate your public input and giving us a student perspective. Moving on, if no other public input, item number 5, unfinished business. At this time, board, if you would like, I'd like to circle back for Trustee Irwin. Glad you made it safe. If there's anything you need to bring us from the advocacy conference that you went to as our delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you, board, for allowing me the opportunity to go and represent our board. It was a very productive meeting. I will just send an email. I will send that to Ms. Hyman, and she can distribute that. There was one of the resolutions that was proposed that was denied by the delegate assembly, and then there were a couple of other modifications. So I'll just type all of that up in an email, and I'll send it through Ms. Hyman, and that way it can be, I know probably the board doesn't have a copy of that with them now, so I'll just make sure that that's distributed.
Thank you for being there, and we look forward to receiving that through Ms. Hyman. Since we can't send a group email, we'll get that from Ms. Hyman. Thank you. Is there any other unfinished business the board needs to hear? Moving on, new business. Is there any new business the board needs to hear? Okay, we're moving on down to policy items. We have a second reading for a policy that we need to get in place according to the regulations for our second semester, and that is policy JICJ for possession and use of electronic communication devices in our schools. I'm happy that our policy didn't need a lot of adjustment. We were already using a policy that was effective and doesn't require a lot of change in our district, hopefully. Board members, you were able to receive that by email, and at this time, I'll entertain a motion in a second, and we'll have discussion.
Just want to confirm, if I may, I'm on board docs, and my policy is in red. The changes, is this the most recent draft before us? Thank you.
Well, there should be a clean version and a marked up version.
We do not have that. But Ms. Allison, just for clarification with Ms. Whitkin, the policy that is listed in board docs that I currently have pulled up has listed a first, second, and third offense in the policy. Is that the correct one?
That is not.
I did not think so. Board members, I think maybe while somebody is seeing if we can get the correct one emailed to us, Ms. Allison, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we took our original policy that we had and updated the definitions that were required by the new state proviso.
It updated the definitions for the proviso, and then it took out the offenses 1, 2, 3, and 4.
The consequences were left as it originally was according to the PDP.
They were stricken from the policy, and it just says now will be handled in accord with the progressive discipline.
Right, which I believe that was what our original policy said, that it was in accordance with the PDP.
On different versions, but the clean version is updated definitions, and there are no offenses that are listed except it says in accord with the PDP.
Correct. So board members, please do not, as we have if we have a motion and a second, and as we have discussion, please do not use the version that is listed in board docs. That is not the correct version for us to be considering.
I appreciate you speaking as our former policy chairperson and also attorney. I appreciate you speaking into that. So, Ms. Hyman, might you provide the board with that? We can move on and come back.
We can email it again, and y'all can vote after executive session maybe, but the email was sent last week, so we can resend that.
Okay, thank you.
You can vote after executive session.
And Madam Chair, this is something that needs to be taken care of tonight.
Thank you. If we can clean up the housekeeping and just make sure we have a hard copy or an email so we can vote on that when we return to the bench, so we can move forward. And thank y'all for getting the definitions correct and making sure our consequences matched, and we'll come back to that for a motion and a second and further discussion about the policy. This is just housekeeping. So we'll move on, and our policy committee, thank you for those that volunteered for the current policy committee, Trustee Irwin, Trustee Cunningham, and Trustee Nixon. Thank y'all for agreeing for your first meeting to be on January the 14th at 4 o'clock, right before our regular meeting at 5. We appreciate you doing the service of the policy committee. All members will be invited to attend. We just listen, and the 3 that are on the committee can bring us back information that we will address as a board. So I appreciate all of the efforts so far, and y'all can elect the chair for the policy committee at that meeting. Also, just to move us forward, we'll have some receipt of legal advice about some policies that hopefully the policy committee can bring back to us in January. So we appreciate your work there. And policy KF will be discussed with legal advice, so we can move forward on community use of school facilities, specifically the old stadium. We want to get a policy in place. So just to tie that all together, that first policy committee, they could be other policies, but that's one we hope the policy committee can address. So moving on to item number 9. Our superintendent's report we look forward to this month, and we know that effective leadership supports learning and optimal performance for all students. So at this time, Superintendent Williams, we look forward to your superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Strobel, and good evening again to our board members and to the public that's here with us tonight. You can go to the next slide. Community partners, as you know, are very important to the success of our school district, and my goal is to highlight those partnerships on a consistent basis. So this evening, we have with us Mrs. Senekita Farmer from Low Country Head Start, and I'm going to ask her to come forward at this time so that she can provide information to you concerning the Head Start program at Bells Elementary School. Mrs. Farmer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
We're just so excited. We opened up our one classroom at Bells Elementary. It was a little touch and go for a little while because we had to get it approved by DSS. So we opened originally the classroom at the Cottageville Center until we got everything approved by DSS to have that license, and it was open within the second week of school, and they were able to go in. One thing I can tell you is the children is loving it. They are really loving it. The staff that's at Bells Elementary, they are incorporating our children in all of the activities. They're making sure that they incorporate our parents. Just the experience of them going outside and to the library, physical activities, eating inside of the kitchen, that's helping us with the transition process. So we usually do the transition process starting in January. But now they get that of the transition all year long. So that means when they're able to go on, and our goal is that we are only going to serve our children for the first 3 years, that 3 year. When they become 4, the parent has that choice to have them go over to the 4-year-old program, and then we'll have more 3-year-olds. So that's part of our goal, is to just get the children that first year, and if it's the parent's choice to have them move over to the 4-year-old program, we always are invited when it's time for them to do enrollment, to let us know. We always have the applications if they have other children that they come with, that they would also, they have been giving us referrals of children that may be younger. So our goal is to just make sure the collaboration continues, and making sure that the children are ready. One thing that I can tell you is Ms. Ferguson is doing an awesome job with, even when I'm not able to go to the classroom, she's always in and out of the classroom. She's always giving me updates of things that's going on. I have a center director that's in the classroom as well, but she also are always talking, and they're making sure that they keep the communication. So overall, for the Bells Elementary School, it has been an awesome collaboration of putting that class, and for our Hendersonville class, they're in their 2nd year. And listen, I have parents calling all the time, like, I need to get this 3-year-old in school. So that's one thing that we are always working with. So I am so grateful for this collaboration, and we look forward to it in the near future.
Thank you. And if you said it, forgive me, how many students are we able to serve at Bells?
At 17.
And that's a maximum for that class?
And the reason it's 17 is because if we have any children that is a 4-year-old that came from Cartersville this year, because this was our first year, we can only house, if we do 20, it has to be 4, it has to be 11 and 9. That's the exact numbers from DSS. So for us to be ensured that we are in compliance, we do 17. Good. But if we have more 3 and 4s, then we would have that 20. So so they gave us that leadway. So we're just trying to be safe right now, just to get the 1 year down, and then we can go forward from the rest.
Thank you. Thank you so much for serving our children in the country.
Yes, and thank you so much for working with us.
I want to thank you, Ms. Farmer, as well. Thank you for this collaboration. And, we have 2 sites, as she mentioned, one at Bells, one at Hendersonville, and this really helps our students be able to transition to school, kindergarten, when the time comes. So thank you again for the partnership, and thank you, Board, for your acceptance of this as well. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide. So on the next slide, you will find an explanation of our proposed 2025-2026 school calendars. I want you to know that after this board meeting, a survey will go out to all staff to gather their feedback as to the calendar I will bring to you in January as a recommendation for your approval. We have 3 drafts, and I want to thank the technology department under Mr. Zorn, Ms. Beth Frank, who put together these drafts for me. And I just wanted to highlight some of the highlights from those different drafts. So we have 3 drafts, and we utilized some of the information that you gave us at the last meeting that you wanted to see as well. So draft 1 follows the same calendar format for this school year. The first day for students is August 4th, and the last day for students is May 22nd. The first day for teachers is July 28th, 2025, and the last day is May 26th. Students start school on a Monday. There will be 3 days for fall break, 1 week for Thanksgiving break, 2 weeks and 2 days for winter break, and 1 week for spring break. That's draft 1. Draft 2 is very similar to draft 1. However, some of the key differences are the start day for students is on a Wednesday as opposed to a Monday, and the first day for students and teachers has shifted by 2 days later. All breaks and holidays are the same on draft 2 as they are on draft 1. Draft 3 places the student's start date after Labor Day with limited breaks throughout the year. So I just wanted you to see some of the highlights of those 3 drafts, and I will bring the recommendation to you in January based on the survey that we give to our staff.
Thank you, Ms. Weems, for the overview. That was a good way to present that to us, and we appreciate the survey that you're preparing to go out. Just one point of research, if it's easy to obtain, might we look at when we've done a start date in the middle of the week, how does it affect attendance? Because that's so important. You know, is it a difference when we start on a Monday or when we start on a Wednesday for attendance?
Okay, we can definitely try to get that data for you because we have started in the middle of the week before. We've done it different ways, so we can certainly see if we can get that data.
Ms. Williams, do you actually have the calendar? This is the overview of the 3.
Yes, we do have the calendars ready to go to our staff.
Okay, could that also be sent to the board? I mean,
Yes.
just for the visual of that. And also, you know, I'm interested in that, you know, 1 and 2 are very similar. And then the 3 is significantly different.
Right.
And I'm just kind of surprised that we are again looking to start our staff as early as July again. And, you know, that to me will be one of the most significant feedback pieces as we survey our staff is the start date in July for the staff. Students in August is pretty norm, but to start again in July, that was a tough start this year, and I'm interested to hear how staff feel about that.
Most definitely.
Superintendent Williams, one thing I noticed in the 3rd draft, it has no spring break. Now, usually spring break deals sometime with the Easter break.
Yes.
So this is meaning that there will be no days
no
off
spring break because of the late start of draft 3. As you see, the start is not until after Labor Day.
Right, I see that. And this is going out to the faculty and staff.
This is going out to the staff for them to choose the draft that they are more pleased with.
Okay.
Any other questions concerning the calendars? Okay, thank you. All right, the next slide. The next slide gives some information concerning the early college program. First and foremost, I just want to emphasize that we are very happy to have a continued partnership with USC Salk. The dual enrollment and early college programs are basically one and the same. The term dual enrollment was coined, or early college, when the district was able to pay for student books and fees for the program. That's when the term early college was coined. Students enter into the early college portion of the dual enrollment program when they are seeking an associate's degree. So this program is still available at Colleton County High School. Students now pay for their books and other fees for the program. Next slide. There are eligibility requirements to participate in the program, to include students having a cumulative unweighted GPA of 3.0. Students are also eligible at the end of their sophomore year to enter into the dual enrollment associate program, also known as early college. The dean and the associate dean of USC Salk, which I have been in communication with, are currently working on a similar program for students seeking a degree in education. And I will provide more information concerning that education program at a later date. But it will be similar to the dual enrollment program where students can earn their associate's degree. Students will be able to earn an education degree in less amount of time than if they went to a four-year college to get the degree. So I'm very, very excited about that. I do have a meeting scheduled with the dean of USC. That meeting is scheduled for, I think, next week, so that we can talk more about the details of that program. Any questions about early college or dual enrollment? Okay, all right, next slide. So I just wanted to highlight some of the events that we've had recently. The first event that I would like to highlight is the Educator for a Day. We hosted this event on Friday, November 22nd, and we welcome local business and community leaders to shadow our principals and district level staff for a day. A luncheon was held where participants had the opportunity to share their experiences, and I am just so happy that this is an event that we continue to do each and every year, and it's very, very important to make sure that we have that support from our local businesses and community members so that they can help us achieve our mission, vision, and goals. I want to say thank you to all of our business and community leaders who thought it not robbery to come out and shadow our principals, and just want to thank them for all that they do to support our district. And also I want to thank our staff, Dr. Jenkins and her staff, for making that event such a wonderful, wonderful day.
Ms. Williams, thank you for highlighting that, and it was so delightful to see the many different folks that said the connections they made. I remember there was someone from DSS and just making connections with our counselors and administrators, and said we ought to do it more than once a year where we share ideas because we're all serving the same population.
Yes, yes, and I can tell you also, Chair Strobel, that some of our schools, I know the middle school, they do an Educator for a Day every month. So they invite a parent or a community member to come in and just kind of see some of the things that are going on in the school. So yes, you're right. This is something that we need to do more than just one day out of the year. Okay, the next slide, I just want to highlight our parent forum. We've had so far 2 parent forums. Our very first forum, we met on September 23rd, and then we met again this past Thursday on December 5th. I think now we feel like a family. They're just so wonderful to get together with parents, and they share with us some of the positive things that they see going on at the schools, and they also share with us some of the challenges. And, you know, it's very important for us to hear those challenges so that we can talk about solutions to those challenges that we're having at some of our schools. At Thursday's meeting, our parents decided to really step up to the plate to get more parents involved, because we talked about the fact that parents are very, very vital to their students' academic success. So with our parents supporting us, we know that we can do so much more for our students. They decided at our last meeting that they will initiate a social media campaign that's entitled CCSD on the Move, and they will make a concerted effort to post those positive things concerning their experiences at their children's schools. And I just look forward to sharing more information with you concerning this group. They have decided that they want to be allowed to come to our next school board meeting, and they want to present and talk to you about some of the things that they are committed to doing to help our school district move forward. In addition to that, and it's not pictured on my slide presentation, but I do know that Ms. Fox has some pictures that I've asked her to just kind of put up. I wanted you to see some of the other events that have been happening in our district as well. The same night that we had our parent forum, we also had a Title I game night. And that Title I game night, literacy night was held at Colleton County Middle School. And it was a true collaboration at its finest. We had 3 schools to come together. Those 3 schools were Forest Hills Elementary School, Cottageville Elementary School, and Northside Elementary School. They came together, they collaborated together, and they had a wonderful event where parents came with their students. They played games. All of the students received free books books through our Arts Now program. And I would just like to thank all of our school leaders and their teams for providing a wonderful event for our students and their families. Okay. Thank you. And these are just some of the pictures there from that night. It was really a special night. Okay. On the next slide, at our last meeting, I shared with you that the State Department has particular requirements for those schools that are rated as below average on the South Carolina State Report Card. And one of those requirements is that our schools gather feedback from the community and from their school improvement councils, from their PTOs. So we are going to have our annual stakeholder meeting on January 9th. Thursday, January 9th, so please mark your calendars. This meeting will be held at Forest Hills Elementary School. We had a wonderful turnout last year for this event, and we hope to have a wonderful turnout this year as well. Just wanted to let you know that anytime we can go before the public and get their feedback and input into our school improvement plans, we welcome those, and we look forward to that annual stakeholder meeting. And then the last slide of my presentation tonight, the final part of my report, I would like to officially welcome and recognize the district's new Executive Director of Athletic Operations, Dr. Christopher Myers. And I would like to say that he has assumed the job of Athletic Director under the new title of Executive Director of Athletic Operations. And I'd like for him to stand at this time, and I want to read his bio to introduce him to the public. Let's give him a round of applause, first of all. So Colleton County School District is pleased to announce the appointment of Dr. Christopher Myers as the Executive Director of Athletic Operations. Dr. Myers received his Doctor of Education in Sports Management from the United States Sports Academy. He received his Master of Sports Science with an emphasis in Recreation Management from the United States Sports Academy. Additionally, he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Physical Education from the Citadel. Dr. Myers has certification in physical education, CDL certification, school bus and air brakes endorsement, Safe Serve food manager, and he is a notary public of South Carolina. Dr. Myers brings over 17 years of experience from monitoring a fitness center, teaching and coaching at Colleton County School District, athletic director at Dorchester Academy, assistant athletic director at John Paul II Catholic School, and director of Parks and Recreation for Colleton County. Dr. Myers has extensive experience in football, weightlifting, and basketball. And I am ecstatic to welcome Dr. Christopher Myers to Team Colleton. And this ends my report. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Superintendent Williams, just refresh my memory for the stakeholders. Do we send invitations to our city and county officials? And,
yes, we do. Yes,
and how are parents notified?
Yes, we do. We send, we get a listing of those parents who are active parents in our SIC and PTOs. We send invitations to them. We also send invitations to our city and county officials as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
And Dr. Meyer, we say welcome back. And for those of you who don't know, he is married and has 4 children, so he does have some things to do in his spare time also.
Madam Chair, if I can, Superintendent Williams, under your report in the agenda is also the November for 2024 PD travel. And I don't want to bring up a whole thing about this, but I just opened it up very quickly and looked at it. There were 45 trips that accounted for 114 people from our district being gone from our district in the month of November, and board just realized that that takes out the week of Thanksgiving. And I really just think as a board and as district administration, that's a lot of people being gone from our district when there's so much work that needs to be done in our district. So I really think we need to, as we head into the new year, really look at this travel and making sure that we're keeping as many of our folks in the district doing the work of the district as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have 3 field trips to ask for your approval tonight. The first trip is trip number 3795. The trip date is February 15th through the 16th, 2025. The trip name is the Band of Blue Winter Guard through Colleton County High School. The trip sponsor is Mr. Tommy Finnegan. The number of students who will be traveling is 40, and the number of adults is 10. This is the WGI Regional Contest for Winter Guards. Would you like me to just give updates on all 3, and then you can vote at one time, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The second trip is trip number 3767. Make sure I have this right. Yes. And this particular trip date is February 21st through the 22nd, 2025. This is the varsity wrestling from Colleton County High School. The trip sponsor is athletics. There are 18 students attending, along with 2 adults. It is a state competition. And then trip number 3793. This trip is taking place March 20th through the 23rd, 2025. The trip name is the Dolls Pathways to Purpose. They will be traveling to Orlando, Florida, from Colleton County Middle School and high schools. The sponsor is Ms. Jasmine Thomas. There are 55 students attending and 8 adults. And this particular trip focuses on building leadership skills, fostering peer relationships, business operations, and understanding the economy.
Superintendent Williams, I just have, under that you just read, the educational objective, it says education activities provided by Universal. Is this an event that is sponsored or put on by Universal? Or is this our kids going to Universal?
So I would have to find that information.
Okay.
I'm under the impression that there's a particular event that they are attending there, but I can make sure and let you know in my Friday update.
I was just curious because it says education activities provided by Universal, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If it's related to like ones they always do at Carowinds, they're specific and they're educational. You can confirm that if you like. And when is the date? Do we need to act on that today?
The date is March 20th through the 23rd. I know sometimes, they need that approval so that they can move forward with reservations and registration and all of that. So we encourage them to get these particular trips sent to us, early.
Madam Chair, my question will not withhold my vote tonight. I was just asking for clarification.
We've heard the 3 reports for the need for our approval because they're overnight, and you have them to review. Was there anything that you need further information about, or can we entertain a motion altogether for the 3 trips?
Madam Chair, if we don't have any other comment, I'd like to make a motion that we accept all 3 overnight trips.
There's a second?
Second.
We have a motion for all 3 of the trips that are documented, and we appreciate those that are willing to take our students for these extra events and do the extra things required for that to happen safely. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just want to make a note that Mr. Cunningham is not with us at this time.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, uplifted hand. And nobody can oppose, and so it's unanimous of those of us who are here. Mr. Cunningham will join us again when he can. He's in flight back home. So all were approved. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
And you can just answer that question, if you don't mind, in your update.
I will.
You know, the educational things they'll be participating in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we work on that little ringing that's happening? I don't know what's causing it, but if we can fix it.
Testing, here we go. At this time, we ask that Ms. Hamilton come forward to provide the Human Resources report. And before she begins her report, I know that there was a request for the data from the listening labs, and what I have decided we are going to do is wait until all of the listening labs have been completed so that we can look at the data and provide for you the common themes and threads that came about from those listening labs. So I just wanted to let you know that that is why that information is not listed in the report. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Superintendent Williams, when will that be? When will the last listening lab be?
Ms. Hamilton, when is your last one?
They're ongoing, so it'll be well into next semester.
Okay, thank you.
So you have my report. It just basically says that we will continue our listening labs. So if you have any questions for me, I'm willing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for gathering that input. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
At this time, we ask that Ms. Barrett come before us to present the finance report. And I also want to say, I need to find a policy. Give me just 1 minute. Thank you. 1 minute, Ms. Barrett.
Okay.
I also want to say that when Ms. Barrett gives the monthly financial reports, she is given those reports for information only pursuant to policy DIE, so we will not need to vote on those reports, and just wanted to let you know that in advance. Thank you.
Good evening to the board, and good evening to everyone. Just wanted to note that, thank you. The next slide. It's another one.
The one that begins with finance
That's
update.
That's all you got?
We have one that says finance update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's in board docs.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. On my finance update, I just wanted to say that the finance department has completed the financial audit. That process began, for us, a preliminary process began in June. And this year, we was able to finish the process early, which is October. So that financial statements are completed. Also, we had to also do our federal funds, which have to be submitted to the federal audited clearinghouse. And that process was also completed by December 31st. December 1st, we also had to have to the State Department, and we also had to have it submitted to the federal clearinghouse. And I just want to go over a federal funds financial overview on how the federal process works for the audit. The financial audit for the federal funds is led, of course, by the finance department. And the auditor, when they're going out there and they're looking at our funds, they are focused on various compliance with that. They're looking at how much internal controls we have. They're looking at federal statutes, regulations, term and condition of the federal awards. And the federal fund management, how it all begins. The districts manage about 32 federal funds, and each of them has a designated federal fund manager. And the finance department this year has successfully claimed $19,910,491 million for last fiscal year. And how we began with the State Department give us a GAN, and a GAN tells the different fund manager what they're going to be receiving far as in federal funds. And each fund manager submits a spending plan to the Department of Education like this, and how are they going to spend that fund? So that is submitted to the Department of Education. And each manager is responsible for submitting the spending plan, which is approved by the State Department of Education. Once approved, the federal fund manager submits a budget report to finance, like this, telling us how they want that funds to be in the general ledger. They tell us what account they want it to be, how everything is lined up, and everything is submitted to us, and we process it. The finances, of course, we're looking to make sure that the count is correct. No supplies should be paid out of salary accounts, and the account is set up according to GAAP accounting structure. So that's what finance do. And if there's amendment that has to be done to the spending plan, the finance department, we don't see the amendments. The amendments is done by the federal fund manager. Like the federal fund manager, it might be Department of Special Services. They have their own special funds. We have adult education. They have their federal funds that they manage. We have the federal fund department, the federal department, they have their own federal funds. So if there's something that has to be a change to the amendment goes to the South Department, the South Carolina Department of Education, if there has to be an amendment done. And finance do not see the amendment. You know, sometimes, well, we don't see the amendment at all. Like, I know there was an amendment done for the ESSA 3, there was an amendment done on June 20th for $1,778,809.65. And this amendment that was done, it was to take the funds from the indirect costs, which the finance department had already allocated to be budgeted in the general fund. So that was moved. So it took us from, once the finance department sees that amendment, because once it gets approved by the State Department of Education, the finance department don't see that amendment until after the amendment has been approved. So once the amendment has been approved, then we can see it on what we call the GAAP side, and that's the financial side that where we claim the funds. Well, when we saw that amendment, we had to call the State Department, and we told the State Department that please deny that amendment, because I had already used that 1-point-something million in general fund in order to balance my general fund budget. So on the 26th of June, the State Department canceled that amendment for us. So I was happy for that. So,
Ms. Barrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you move to the monthly revenue comparison and expenditure comparison at this time,
yes.
please? Thank you.
Okay. So on the monthly revenue comparison, that's for the, we have the local revenue, of course, for the month, and these are just revenue that's coming in. It's not anything else but revenue coming in. And then on the other report is the expenditures for the month, and that's only expenditures that's coming in. It's not any balance of what's left in account or not left in account, but it's only expense that's coming in for that month. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Can I, Ms. Barrett, while you're still up, I want to speak on, if I may, Madam Chairman, about a finance issue, and not to put you or Ms. Williams on the spot, but I know that as it is December, and after December comes January, we'll be, I'm sure y'all have already started talking about budget. And that will, we'll have some work sessions upcoming. But one of the things from on Saturday, when we did hear from Superintendent Weaver, was her, straight from the horse's mouth, was her desire, as shared to all school board members, to increase the starting salary from 47 to 50.
Right.
Again, it coincided well because our legislators were there, specifically our state senator, one of our state senators, and one of our representatives. So, I could say, salary increases are great when you fully fund them.
Right.
And so, anyway, I thought that was interesting. I meant to pull off the School Board Association website her presentation. Ms. Williams and Ms. Barrett, I'll certainly send that to y'all as well as to school board members. Y'all probably have already heard it. She's,
right.
Same presentation, different setting. But I do want to share that was real specific in my mind when she brought that up, because we heard it, but we also know what that means.
Right,
if
that
not
was
fully,
the governor's goal
not
for
fully
fiscal year
funded.
26.
Okay, yeah.
The $50,000 for getting salary.
Got it. Just interesting tidbit that I hung on to and am waiting to hear more about as we develop this year's budget.
Okay, we sure will. We already started the budget process in November, so we're going to continue with it, and we'll let you know and give you updates as we go along. And I have a budget calendar too, so you can look at it and approve.
Terrific. Thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Barrett, real quick, before you walk away, I heard you just saying there were different fund managers in different departments and things like that. Are there any departments in our school district that have the ability to disperse funds? Or does that dispersing funds only comes through the finance department, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Nobody can disperse funds but finance.
So everything comes through finance?
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett, and thank you, Ms. Whitkin, for letting us know what was said to the other school board members present, and I'm glad you echoed that to our state officials that were there, that we need their part of the puzzle when we're looking for the funding for salaries. That's 88% of our budget, and we'll, of course, want our locals to help as well. So thank you, Ms. Barrett and Ms. Whitkin, for keeping us updated on what's being brought from the state. Moving right along, we're down to number 10, and we're excited to hear about the academic and student affairs, because we know teaching and learning is our core purpose. Ms. Williams.
At this time, we ask that Dr. Jenkins please come forward from the Division of Academics and Student Affairs.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Mr. Vice Chair, school board members, esteemed superintendent, faculty, staff, and community members, one and all. It is truly an honor to address such a dedicated group of individuals who are committed to the growth, development, and success of our students and community. So this evening, school board members and Superintendent Williams, I want to highlight and emphasize some important information about our first semester testing schedule from the Assessment and Accountability Office. And I didn't say that. I know you already have my report, so there are some things that I would like to highlight this evening. The Office of Curriculum and Instruction, the Assessment and Accountability. Slide.
Thank you. We appreciate you do provide us something from every department, and we appreciate the highlights you want to bring us.
Okay. I was just waiting for it to come up, but
Yes.
I will move forward as they peruse the slides. Okay? Kindergarten through 8th grade, already winter diagnostic assessments will be administered on December 9th through December 13th. And for our students that attend Colleton County High School, English 2 writing is scheduled for December 12th and December 13th. The first and second block exams are on December 16th, and that's all exams. The third and fourth block exams are on December 17th, and again, that's all exams. A special notes for our parents and high school students, if I may. Exams will begin promptly 9:00 a.m. and in the morning, and exams will count for 20% of your child's final grade. And just another reminder, remember that students are not allowed to have any electronic devices during testing. For example, mobile cell phones, smartphones, smartwatches, tablets, pagers, computers, AirPods, earbuds. And again, we can reference policy JICJ, because And just note that there are penalties for students who do not adhere to these guidelines, and you can refer, and our parents and community can refer to our flyers.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, because our state testing begins for our report card this month. So we appreciate you highlighting that for our audience, and we can begin our prayers for those taking those state exams.
Okay, another area I would like to reference in the Division of Academics and Student Affairs, the curriculum and instruction slide for updates about our transformational coach work in our district. Our transformational coach continues to support schools and district leaders. She works with another district and serves our district for 2.5 days each week. I would like to highlight some items from the Office of Student Support Services. I provided you again with information on our student attendance and recruitment efforts, including our district's 5-year strategic plan. Our strategic plans include clear goals and objectives related to student achievement, which in turn impacts student attendance. And this evening, I want to share additional interventions and recruitment efforts that are initiated and executed by our district, school leaders, and community partners. We are currently, next slide, thank you, that's it. We are currently exploring additional opportunities to provide family intervention services for those students experiencing behavioral problems or chronic absenteeism. We are encouraging schools to increase the participation of students in extracurricular and co-curricular activities such as athletics, student government, and clubs. We continue to monitor and analyze comparative data and trend data to determine patterns, and we are currently highlighting positive stories and school successes through our social media campaign. I have some updates for this evening about Impact, our Tier 3 intervention supports for our students. Our Impact program serves, at this time, we currently have 9 students in our program, and we serve scholars in grades 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We currently serve 3 students from Cottageville Elementary, 3 from Northside Elementary, and 3 from Hendersonville Elementary. You have been provided, again, an outline of the benefits and challenges of serving our students in the Impact program using the multi-age classroom design. Some concerns were expressed about incorporating younger students into the current Impact program. However, serving students in multi-age classrooms with varying developmental needs, cognitive abilities, and social and emotional differences is not a recommended practice. We are currently researching options for expanding the Impact program to serve our early childhood youth in grades 5K through 2nd grade.
Dr. Jenkins, before you move on from the Impact Program update, I'd like to make 2 comments. One, just to say I'm very pleased that we have increased enrollment to 9 students. That's great. I know that's 9 out of a projected 15, which is what we were looking to try to, the maximum that we could accommodate in that program. And just want to make note that as we continue to research where the needs are for our district, just trying to make sure that we also, budget appropriately if we find that we do need to more appropriately staff that program with an early childhood educator. I just want to make sure we hear that in the budget process so that, that can be considered for the board to approve as we are looking at next year's budget.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would as well, Dr. Jenkins, before we move forward from the impact, I'm rather disappointed to hear that we are not looking at extending our impact program other than grades 3 through 5, and I'm not sure where the study comes from that says it's not best practices to include lower grades, but I can assure you that study did not come from Colleton County School District, because I continue to get calls and emails from teachers and admin in our schools saying that we have kids in grades younger than 3 that could really benefit from this impact program. So I hope our district leadership will go back and look at this, and hopefully by the start of second semester we can really start making some headway in increasing our impact program, both in ages that it offers and in the number that it offers.
Thank you, Trustee Overton, for expressing that, and we know our staff will look into that, but it also would mean we have to add additional staff because we have to have certified staff for that grade level, and that would be a different certification. Not that we don't need to do it, but we need to also think about the impact, sorry about using that same word, but the impact it would have on our budget and the staff. We'd need additional staff.
And I appreciate that, Chairman Strobel, but I feel sure that there are probably plenty of certified people within our district that we could find ways to involve them in this program to help those in our elementary schools who really need this.
Sure. Remind us of the impact, what it stands for, the goal of that.
It's a Tier 3, MTSS Tier 3 intervention supports for behavior management.
Right, and how we came up with impact. I know it has
it came up under the direction of Dr. Dandy Daniels, who managed it, and we based our this impact program based on a school visit we had in Richland County to Reset, and that was the program that the State Department recommended for us to visit. And in that program, they really focused on social and emotional supports for our students in a smaller environment. Yeah. And however, because it's a larger district with a lot of money, they have individual classrooms for every grade.
Okay.
From first grade.
Yeah.
To 5th. So again, we are exploring our options so that we can hopefully meet the needs of our early childhood students so that they can benefit from those Tier 3 practices.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing about that from the earlier grades, and thank you for giving us the data on where we are now. It looks like we're serving multiple schools with this program, which is good to hear.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, ma'am. I would like to end my report on a highlight of success. Colleton Academy for Success, our alternative program that serves middle and high school. We currently have a total of 5 students being served at Colleton Academy for Success. And as of today, I know what numbers you see in your report. However, as of today, I just want to announce that our high school student enrollments numbers have changed. There are 18 students in person and 26 virtual high school students. Lastly, I want to mention the noteworthy successes of our scholars assigned to CAS. From the beginning of the school year to date, our scholars have completed 89 courses. So hats off to Dr. Ron Yeomans and his team at Colleton Academy for Success. And this concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. It's good to see that they're working towards success and getting a high school diploma. Are there some on-the-job type experiences that we're able to give those students, or is that something we're developing?
That's something we're exploring and developing.
Thank you.
Dr. Jenkins, I asked, and I know you gave an update on the ATSI and priority school funds as it relates to our help from the State Department. Just as we receive, and I think that's still yet to come, the priority school funds, and knowing exactly how much money the ATSI distinction will provide. Just I asked for it last month, and it probably is not yet known. Just make sure you keep us updated as to where our focus is with that funding.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our agenda item number 11, operational management. A safe, secure, and positive environment will be conducive for teaching and learning.
At this time, thank you, Chair Strobel. I would like to ask Dr. Wright if he would come to present the presentation for the Division of Operational Management.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, to our Superintendent of Education, Ms. Williams. It gives me great pleasure to be in front of you tonight to give you a summary of the things that are going on in the Division of Operational Management. There are a few highlights I would like to point out to you tonight. You already have a copy of the report, but as a few highlights, Madam Superintendent, the Office of Building and Grounds, as well as the amazing work from our principal at TCTC and our amazing teacher, Ms. Berry. Today we have a point of celebration that we are ready to announce on your blessing, Superintendent Williams.
Most definitely. I would like to announce, and I'm very, very happy to make this announcement, that our nail tech and barbering class that will be opening at TCTC has passed all of their inspections. They have passed the inspections from the Office of School Facilities and also the Licensing Review Board. So at this time, we are looking at having a ribbon cutting ceremony on January 6th. So if you would please mark your calendars. We have not solidified a date because we just found out this great news today. I will be working with Mr. Kubik to solidify a time. We have solidified a date. We haven't solidified a time. And I will get with you and let you know what time we will have that ribbon cutting ceremony. But we're just so ecstatic to be able to offer this course, a different course for our students based on our student interests. Thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Hamilton. I know that there was a lot that went into the work and, just making sure that our contractors and all of that was up to date. And I know we've had some sleepless nights concerning that. So thank you to you for, all of your work, and also Mr. Kubik as well. Thank you, Mr. Kubik. I appreciate all of the hard work that you've done. Thank you.
Superintendent Williams, you did say January 6th, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Williams. We know that's been a long time coming. Some of us weren't even on the board when that started, so we appreciate being at the end of the train on that and appreciate all the hard work. I can remember we opened this building, we were ready for students and waiting for that announcement, and it was a real celebration. So we celebrate with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Vice Chair. In other news relating to the Office of Buildings and Grounds, we are well within our way with the construction project for the gym installation at Carleton County Middle School. And I would please like to note for the board members, as a point of corrections, the gym bleacher project at Carleton County Middle School is not an ESSER facilities project. It is a capital improvement project for the school district. So please want to make that note for the board as a distinction this evening. One of the purposes behind getting those bleachers installed at this time was due to some programs that had existed at the middle school during the summer, which would have not made it the most opportune time to get those bleachers done. And plus, due to the nature of the bleachers, those bleachers are a specified bleacher set due to the nature of that middle school and how that middle school was built. And so those middle school bleachers had to be specially ordered, and that prolonged the timeline. And so the administration decided to move forth in collaboration with the building principal to get those bleachers done during the Christmas break. I believe there were some opportunities that I brought to the board before about doing that during that time to provide as less disruptions to the instructional environment as much as possible. And so we also promised that we will try to have those bleachers completed on or before the Christmas break, Madam Superintendent. So by the time we get back to the beginning of the school year, those bleachers will be in place. And I also mentioned too that, hindsight 2020, when these projects kicked off, we would have had opportunities to really look at trying to do much as this during the summer time as possible moving forward with different projects. But at this time, this is one of those projects that was already in the works prior to my tenure coming onto the school district. You will also notice that our district roof project is also almost done. We'll be concluding that project by the end of next week. All of our fascias and edging will be done on that project, and you'll be able to tell that we have, up to this point, no leaks taking place at the district office. So we also have the monthly reports and checklists available for board members to review, as well as outlined in the RFP. Some other highlights as we move forth in the buildings and the division of operations. We would like to drive the board's attention to the Office of Safety and Security. We have provided for you some information about our emergency preparedness and our steps in that process for emergency preparedness for all schools in the district, to include our emergency planning process. We still incorporate the I Love You guys as a part of our training and development. We've also taken an opportunity this year to think about working smarter and not harder. In years past, we've had multiple operations, emergency teams in our schools, to include an emergency team as well as a medical team. This year, you will see a collaboration or a bridging of those two into one complete team this school year. The purpose behind that, one, is for us to work smarter and not harder, but two, in some of our schools, many of those members are cross-cutting between the two teams, and so we decided to move forth with a merger of those two teams under the umbrella of emergency operations. At this time, I will relinquish control of this mic, Madam Chair and Madam Superintendent, to turn it over to the board if they have any questions for us or for me regarding operations or school safety and security.
Dr. Wright, I do have two very quick questions. I did not see these on your report. What is the status of the air conditioning unit in the superintendent's suite?
The status of the air conditioning unit in the superintendent's suite is still a work in progress.
So we're going on 8 months now without a working air conditioner in that office?
It is still a work in progress.
Okay. The other question was from our last meeting. I see in here that it says there were air conditioning units picked up from Black Street. I think at our last meeting we were told that those were no longer any good, and then I read in here part of it was installed, part of it was not. Has that been confirmed that those units are no good?
It has been confirmed that parts of those units that are being removed, if they can be used, they could be. Majority of them still they are not. Think of it as though you've been sitting in a car and had a car in your yard for an extended period of time, and now that engine is no longer operating because it's not being operated. Those air conditioning units, according to the research, have been placed outside of that school for a total of up to 3 years unoperable.
Thank you. I would not ask that we do it now in this meeting, but if we can get an email update at some point, I would be very curious to find out in your research of these units how we got half of the unit installed and then the rest was left out just to end up being no good. If you could just let us know that maybe in the email. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We'll be happy to respond to the board through the superintendent.
And I just wanted to say that, we did research the invoices, and those units were purchased back in 2021. So I can send that to the board as well in my Friday update. Thank you.
Dr. Wright.
Yes, sir.
A question about safety issues. I last week visited all of the schools in the district, and one of the concerns that each school administrator had was the beautiful windows, the wonderful windows in all of these buildings, which is great for light. But in the climate in which we live now, the concern was that if there is someone outside who is an intruder on the property, with those beautiful windows, there was no place for the children to hide. And so my question to each of them was, has anyone considered something like the sheeting that you put on your car windows, where from the outside it looks like a mirror, but you can see through from the inside? That's a real point of concern at a couple of the schools. And some doors that don't have exterior locks at one school that didn't quite make sense to us, but
Yes,
I'll
sir.
discuss that with you in later
Yes, sir.
session. Okay.
Thank you for your question. I think that is worth putting on the table for consideration as the board goes through with the superintendent, the budgeting process. We will be making some recommendations to the superintendent about some safety enhancements for the 25-26 school year, and that point that you just made will be worth noting, sir, as an addition to that list. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for being out and about and a fresh eye, but an experienced eye on schools. Dr. Wright, if you don't have this information, you can definitely get back to us through the superintendent. I'm just interested in the warranty on this roof that's almost complete.
I will get back with you with specific information, Madam Chair, through the superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the question as well. Madam Chair, if I could, I believe the board had some other questions that if you would allow me on behalf of the superintendent to kind of answer those as much as possible tonight. One of the questions related to the Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, and there was some leaking going on in a classroom that possibly had some, I think, some mold residue around in the classrooms on the walls. And so the Office of Buildings and Ground has responded appropriately to that need. I think there was some concerns about whether there was water in the lighting fixtures. There is not water in that lighting fixture. What we actually noticed when going around to the classroom myself was the residue from when that originally happened. It was still there. What we're also going to do, since we did not actually see any evidence of direct mold penetration in that classroom today, what we are going to be doing in the near future is that we're going to be applying an air test to that classroom and other classrooms that may have that similar issue, so that we can totally rule out that that is not mold or it is mold that's going on in that classroom. We have not concluded at this time that we have a specific roofing issue with that side of the building, but we will continue to be monitoring that and applying an immediate response to the needs of that classroom and all classrooms in that school district, particularly Blackstreet Early Childhood Center.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. And that was my question. So thank you for addressing it. And just, we know that Blackstreet is our oldest school, and it's going to have, challenges. So thank you for staying. I know that they are in the process of getting, better roofing. And so just continuing to monitor that, we appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. And it'll be my pleasure to continue to keep the superintendent, to keep you abreast on these developing changes at Blackstreet Early Childhood Center. Thank you. I believe I may have answered maybe the question about the bleachers and the installation of the bleachers. The lighting at Colleton County High School in the gym, that work is expected to have been completed today, the installation of those two lights. I think there was also a question about the water damage at Colleton County High School, specifically in our auxiliary gymnasium and the flooring issue that's there. Madam Superintendent, that is one of the items that are on our list to discuss about regarding Colleton County High School roof, because that is a particular roofing concern that we talked about that we need to address in the greater scope of budgeting for that. But until that time, the Office of Facilities Maintenance, Buildings and Grounds is actually responding and fixing the floors themselves. There was a previous incident of that maybe sometime last year that I saw the evidence of Buildings and Grounds responding into and repaired, but we would have to, with the superintendent, respond to that concern at a greater length regarding budgeting, Madam Chair. The pothole situation at Carleton County Middle School, that will be completed by January 6, 2025. We are waiting until the contractor, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, actually finish the work and get them out of there so they can in return respond to those two issues in that parking lot at Carleton County Middle School. All right. And Madam Chair, I think that's it, Madam Superintendent.
Dr. Wright, just one clarification. The air test at Black Street, when will that happen?
We're going to get on to that as early as next week. We're trying to schedule it with the company as early as next week.
Okay.
So, but however, just want to be, I'm not promising that's going to happen next week, but we are working on that right now.
Sure. And I just kind of, I don't know how much you know about our history, but I think early 2000s we had a school shut down for a while because of a mold issue. So I just want to make sure that we jump on this with expediency, just in case there are any issues, we get them taken care of as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Be my pleasure. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are no other questions from the board, Madam Superintendent.
Just want to make sure, Dr. Wright, you caught the request for a hotspot for our
thank you.
For the ticket
I forgot that question,
right.
Madam Secretary. We are working on a solution to that. We are talking about that. There are some things we got to work on because it's technology, and it takes me back to what I've learned about what happened to us years. Mm-hmm. So we're working on it. Okay, and we'll definitely. Once we come to hopefully a very good solution, we'll be able to communicate that to the superintendent in returns to the board.
Sounds great. And while I've got you, I just want to say that as we, I know, already scheduled the TCTC opening for that project as it is received the OSF completion. The middle school, the transportation and robotics areas, once that is approved, I know it may not have the fanfare, but certainly as a board, we'd love to see, the new area and celebrate its completion, so let us know. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Wright, I appreciate that in your report, you continue to tell us about the cooling tower, and you had said back in November that's an ongoing thing to monitor. So just in future reports, continue to update us on how the water bill's going and how that cooling tower's going. And
yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that you continue to put that in our written report for things that are ongoing. And we appreciate the effort you're making to get us up to speed on those things.
It's a privilege to serve Carleton County School District, Superintendent Williams, and this board, and the children of our county.
And before you go, Dr. Wright, one other thing about Carleton Middle School. I was there the other day when the robotics or team students were flying drones in the classroom, and one child sent a message to another teacher with a drone. Our kids are doing great work, so we have to find some way of getting people to see that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
If there's nothing else, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Superintendent Williams, 11.02, is that a report that you want the board to receive? Or was that complete in his report?
That is his report.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to item number 12, right before we take action to entertain a couple of motions, I want to wish that we have a successful ending of first semester, and a successful beginning of second semester. Can you believe we're already there at those milestones? So we do lift all of you up as you're ending a semester and beginning a new semester. And having said that, Ms. Hyman will do a good job of keeping us updated on the new dates coming at us for January. We've mentioned the 6th and the 9th, and our meetings are preset and approved already, so our next meeting schedule would follow the 2 meetings that we normally have. We've just abbreviated November and December, so our meeting on January 14th will be a committee of a whole at 5, and then the following January 21st would be a regular meeting with action at 6 p.m. So we'll get back on schedule, but Ms. Hyman will keep us updated on all those dates, and I'll try to echo with text messages once you send it to us by email so we can attend as many things as we can to celebrate our students and staff. At this time, we want to consider action for Mr. Cunningham to be able to join us via phone, and we have a policy that we will take action. So I'll hear a motion at this time and a second.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we allow Board Member Cunningham to attend executive session electronically.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you for a unanimous vote, and we'll catch up with Mr. Cunningham once we get into the back. We also are now ready to move into executive session, and if we need to take action when we come out, we will. We have 7 items that we need to discuss, board members, and I'll entertain a motion that we are able to go to the back to receive information and allow a time of discussion among the board for the issues that are addressed on the agenda, 13.01 through 13.07.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter into executive session for item 13.01, discussion of employment matters regarding hirings and resignations. Item 13.02, receipt of legal advice related to policy KF, community use of school facilities. Item 13.03, receipt of legal advice regarding a contractual matter. Item 13.04, receipt of legal advice regarding a property matter. Item 13.05, discussion and receipt of legal advice regarding superintendent's goals and contract. Item 13.06, discussion on security plans and devices, and item 13.07, receipt of legal advice regarding the Ruffin property.
Second. Can I receive a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion about the items we'll be discussing in the back procedurally? Having heard none, I'll take a vote. Uplifted hands. We have a unanimous vote, and we'll connect with Mr. Cunningham as we can in the back. So at this time, we stand adjourned in the front, and we'll enter into executive session. Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion that we enter back into regular session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we enter back into into open session.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving back into regular session, show your hand. Unanimous. Let the record reflect, we don't have Mr. Cunningham, but we have everyone else present. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion for item 13.01.
Certainly, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the professional staff recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Thank you. A motion and a second that we accept the 3 staff recommendations that were presented. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those that approve, show your right hand. Unanimous, accepting all 3 of the recommendations that were given to us. Motion carried. At this time, I would entertain a statement that needs to be read to the board and the public. Trustee Nixon.
On number 13.04, the matter of property matter, the board is aware of the community's interest in using the old stadium due to the unique nature of its property. In addition to property deed restrictions, the board's policy committee will review and consider the specific issues related to usage of this property at its upcoming January meeting. The board looks forward to establishing parameters for the usage of this property for the benefit of the community.
Thank you. We appreciate that information, and we appreciate the policy committee meeting on January 14th, bringing us some good development from that. At this time, we need to entertain a motion for the policy on cell phones that we said we would come back to once we had a chance to review. So that would be policy JICJ.
Madam Chair, before we make that motion, I would just like to clarify from the policy committee point of view, the policy JICJ that we had in our board docs tonight was not the correct version. The version that you have been emailed now from Ms. Hyman is the correct version. It is basically what our cell phone policy was. It just has the updated language going with the proviso from the state. And the other point of clarification is there are no consequences listed in that policy as far as being spelled out in the policy. The policy simply states that the consequences will be as appropriate according to the progressive discipline plan that our schools have. So with that, Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we accept the second reading of policy JICJ, possession, use of electronic communication devices in school.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. I want to thank the policy committee for the work and Ms. Hyman for getting us correct copies and attorneys. Any discussion as a follow-up, please?
Madam Chair, I would like to make note of the public input provided today. I want to be able to share with the public that this has been a policy that this board had, 1, in place already, and 2, has given a lot of consideration to. We did hear the input provided today, and in understanding moving forward what this new policy will, how things will be implemented in our district. I want to make note that the state is requiring that we not allow cell phone use during the instructional day. It will not limit cell phone use in instances of extracurricular activities or on bus transportation, so that will not be restricted. Also, cell phones may be brought to school. However, there are consequences if you use the cell phones in school. So again, it's a usage issue that the board is reviewing. And the reason we are reviewing this is because of the state law requirements. So just want to thank individuals who have input, that they share it with board members on policy. There are things that we can consider, and there are things that we must abide by. And so this policy is both.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So having heard the motion, the second in discussion, all those in favor of the policy as presented, lifted hand. The policy is approved unanimously, and we appreciate all of the efforts. As we conclude our meeting, let's remember the chorus concert is Thursday at 7 if you're able to attend. The Circle of Excellence is next Tuesday at 6, and any other important information we need for December and upcoming January, Ms. Hyman will make us aware via email, and I'll try to follow up by text for us to have it both ways. I'd entertain a motion, we adjourn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Thank you. Have a great night.